Hi, and good morning or good afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. I wish you all welcome to this panel with the topic Trends and Innovation in Sustainable Aquaculture. My name is Øyvind Haga, and I'm the Director of Innovation Norway's office in Toronto, Canada. Innovation Norway has been key in supporting the development of the aquaculture industries in Norway for many years, and I'm happy to have been part of this journey both in Norway and also during the last 4 years here in Canada. With me today, I have a group of 5 panelists that work in different parts of the aquaculture industry and that have in different ways pushed the development in this sector forward. Numerous reports and panels over the last few decades have pointed to the need for a more sustainable food production to feed the world. And with the access to land becoming a more and more limiting factor, we have to find ways to utilize the oceans for food productions. Fisheries have for a long time been a reliant source of food through fisheries, but to cover the world's increasing need for protein, the growth in the supply of seafood have to come from aquaculture. We're now at a point in time where about 50% of the seafood produced come from aquaculture. And within 2030, FAO expects aquaculture will increase to 2/3 of global fish consumption. And under optimistic projections regarding alternative mariculture feed innovations and uptake, the ocean could supply over 6 times more food than it does today, according to the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy. To achieve this, and maintain this increased level of production, we fully depend on our ability to create sustainable models for production and management of the resources utilized. Although aquaculture has been part of human food production for centuries, the industrialization is a relatively new date, and the pace of innovation is high. Today, we will learn through concrete examples how innovation moves the industry forward, and we will look at the different aspects of sustainability connected to aquaculture. We will start off introductions from each of the panelists and then opening up for questions afterwards. So please send in your questions and please also specify who you want to ask the question to. Now, over to our panelists. And our first speaker is Neil Sims. Neil is founder and CEO of Ocean Era, pioneering offshore of high-value marine finfish and herbivorous reef fish, and offshore culture of tropical macroalgae. Neil founded commercial offshore farms for Campeche in both Hawaii and Mexico. He also led the Velella project, operating in 2,000 meters of water, 10 kilometers offshore, and he resides in Kona, Hawaii. Neil, the virtual floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Øyvind, and aloha. Or if I could pull up the slides, please. Ocean Era is a company that's founded on the mission of moving to demonstrate the value of offshore aquaculture as a conservation tool. Next slide, please. So we look at the approach of thinking globally and acting locally. And as biologists, as environmentalists, we identify there are 6 real drivers, global drivers behind this transition that Øyvind has spoken of moving towards sourcing more of the foods that we require and the other materials that we require from the oceans. And so Ocean Era is looking to address these. We like to think of the opportunity to be able to harness economic opportunities to be able to drive the ecological imperatives that we see there. And so for these global imperatives, we have 2 broad areas of focus in our work. One is to look at macroalgae and the production of primary production in the oceans. And then the other is to look at other marine-based foods, as the high-level panel that Øyvind had referenced to transition towards more marine foods, we need to be producing marine fish that can be supplanting the beef and the pork that has the other larger life cycle impacts on the planet. Next slide, please. So macroalgae, there's this mantra, we love our alliteration in here, and so there's this mantra of food, feed, fertilizer, fuels, and footprint, the avenues that we see for commercializing macroalgae or seaweed. In Hawaii, this is a significant component of the traditional diet, and so there's a ready avenue there for introducing seaweeds into the foods here. Feeds, we are looking at the potential both for terrestrial livestock and also for feeding seaweeds to marine fish, which is the natural progression of primary production in the oceans. There's also a lot of potential for fertilizer production because of the carbon impact of nitrogen production using the Haber-Bosch process, if we can be extracting nitrogen from the ocean using seaweeds. And fuels, a lot of the research that we're doing is supported by the US Department of Energy, looking at the potential for biofuels. And there was also potential in the future for devising means that seaweed could be a way to sequester carbon to the abyssal plain, or for other ways to marine biochar, as it were. Next slide, please. And so Ocean Era is working. At the moment, we have land-based facilities at the Natural Energy Laboratory of Hawaii, where we are working with a number of local species. We're only focusing on native species here, looking at growth rates. You can see that the green bars here in this graph show the specific growth rate percent per day. Gracilaria, or Ogo, gets up to almost 30% growth per day. Phenomenal species, but it has some other challenges. The greens and the browns, such as Sargassum and Ulva, we have been able to sporulate them here in the laboratory, and that's critically important for moving offshore macroalgae culture forward at scale. Next slide, please. The offshore array that we are going to be deploying, we have fully permitted. It's an innovative style of array because we'll be using deep seawater to provide the nutrients. The tropical oceans are a veritable desert in terms of nitrogen and phosphorus in the surface waters. And so we are using a wave-powered pump to lift up the deep seawater. And then the goal will be to have a swivel point mooring so that the deep seawater will constantly flow in one direction across that array. And so that will optimize the use of that deep seawater as it moves across that array that will be the lines that will be holding the macroalgae. Next slide, please. So when we're thinking of marine-based foods to supplant terrestrial protein sources, our company is focused on three specific areas that we see that are critical to advancing this. And one is producing more sustainable and scalable feeds. The second is culturing herbivorous fish. And the third then is pioneering the permitting and the regulatory process for offshore culture. Next slide, please. The alternative feeds, we've been working on this for around 15 years with great support from the US soybean industry and from other innovative feedstuff producers. Our most recent trial here with the Kampachi, which is a so-called carnivorous marine fish, we've been able to completely eliminate the fish meal and the fish oil from the diets by upscaling recycled poultry meal, and then also using, for the critical omega-3 fatty acids, using Vera maris oil, which is a microalgae that's essentially grown on at an alternative ethanol plant on corn products. Next slide, please. The herbivorous marine fish, we're focused on kyphosids, which are native here in Hawaii and are considered, they're very highly esteemed in the local market. They're one of the prime poke fish. They literally eat seaweeds. We've had them on a diet. This graph shows here that the blue line is on a tilapia diet. The orange line is a diet that was 80% duckweed, which is a freshwater algae, an invasive freshwater algae. So they will do very well on herbivorous feeds here. Next slide, please. We are moving forward towards commercialization of this species. To do this, we need to first of all be able to demonstrate that we can produce them at commercial scale in the hatchery. We've produced them at small scale. We need to be able to demonstrate the growth rate on a extruded diet, a commercially available extruded diet. And we're also interested in looking at the potential for seaweed supplementation on that diet, feeds being one of the primary costs for offshore fish production. And then we are also moving forward now in Hawaii with an application for a commercial offshore site to be culturing this species and seaweed together. Next slide, please. And the third element of expanding marine fish production is the regulatory permitting framework here in the US, and it's very restricting. Particularly in federal waters, there has been no commercial marine fish production in US federal waters, in spite of the fact that we have the second largest EEZ on the planet, and we have by dollar value the greatest amount of seafood imports. We're moving to break that log jam in federal waters by setting up a demonstration net pen that will be 40 miles offshore of Sarasota in Florida, and pioneering the permitting process for this, and then moving forward using that as a demonstration so that the local community can understand the benefits of offshore aquaculture as a fish aggregation device, and then moving forward for a commercial permit application in the Gulf of Mexico. That is Ocean Era in a nutshell, and I'll hand it back to you now, Øyvind, and be happy to take questions later. Thank you very much. Aloha.
Thank you so much for your insight, Neil. Very interesting. Now over to our next speaker, who's Omar Alfi. Omar is the co-CEO of Pacifico Aquaculture, along with his partner, Dan Farag. Omar has been Pacifico for over 7 years and currently oversees all aspects of production, special projects, and government relations. Pacifico is the world's only producer of ocean-raised striped bass and has grown dramatically in recent years to over 4,000 tons of standing biomass and sales to marquee customers including Whole Foods, Costco, and numerous Michelin-starred chefs and notable food service outlets. Over to you, Omar.
Thank you, Øyvind, and thank you to my fellow panelists. It's an honor to be going after Neil Sims, who's a legend in the aquaculture industry and a very good friend. Good morning, everyone. I'm here to tell you a bit about Pacifico Aquaculture, who we are, and why we believe in responsible aquaculture production. Next slide, please. So as Øyvind mentioned, we're the world's only producer of ocean-raised striped bass. We're based in Baja California, Mexico, on the Pacific coast, about 70 miles south of the border from San Diego. Pacifico was a company that was founded in 2010, really on the principle and the intention of building a responsible, sustainable aquaculture business to address the need for sustainably produced protein in the North American and global market. The site is our farm site is located on 179 hectares of ocean on the protected side of Todos Santos Island, federally protected nature preserve, and also the location of a very famous, very large big wave surfing break for all of you surfers out there on the other side of the island. Current biomass is over 4,000 tons of biomass at the farm, and we currently employ over 200 employees. I'm very proud to say that we are in fact the largest employer from the marine biology department at the local university in Ensenada, with over 40 graduates from that university working with us at Pacifico. Next slide, please. So I'm sure many in the audience and all my panelists know this, but a quick overview of how our business operates, which is generally how marine aquaculture operates. The business really starts from the broodstock, our breeding fish, which are our mature fish in striped bass, anywhere from 5 years to 10 years. It's the age of our broodstock. Those fish are held in special cages at the farm site or in our purpose-built hatchery on the mainland in Sausal, Ensenada. Certain times a year when the fish are ready, we put the males and the females together in a very quiet room. We leave them alone for a few weeks and we let them do their thing. They lay eggs. We collect those fertilized eggs. They're actually very generous with their egg laying. The striped bass as a species has a fecundity of 100,000 eggs per kilo of body weight. So a 5 kilo fish will actually give us 500,000 eggs. Extremely impressive. Those eggs are then incubated, hatched in the hatchery. We grow out the juveniles. They're about the size of an ant when they're born. We grow out those larvae for 70 to 90 days in a protected environment at the hatchery until they reach about the size of a finger, called a fingerling, 4 to 5 grams. From there, we gently transfer them to our open ocean grow out site at the farm at Todos Santos. There, they live for anywhere from 24 to 36 months. We care for them, feed them on a daily basis. We're doing health checks on them on a weekly and monthly basis, and really taking care of the fish and making sure that they are healthy and happy. From there, we harvest to order based on our customers' needs, and typically we will harvest products in the morning. The product will be in the processing plant that afternoon. The fish will either be packed whole, we also gut them, we fillet, we portion, and we sell fresh and frozen product that is then packed, put on a truck the next day, and shipped anywhere all over Mexico through Tijuana as the airport, or driven up to Los Angeles and distributed throughout the country. As many of you probably know, the US imports over 90% of their seafood. So actually being so close to Los Angeles as our primary distribution point really reduces our carbon footprint as it relates to a large portion of the seafood that reaches the US. And of course, helps our customers in not having to pay a large logistics cost. Next slide, please. So really, I want to touch quickly on striped bass and why striped bass. What is this fish, for those of you that don't know? Striped bass really is a heritage fish. It's known by some as America's fish. It is reportedly was one of the main dishes at the first Thanksgiving. It's a fish that has been prized and beloved by Americans for centuries. And in fact, so much so that it was fished almost to the point of extinction in the 80s. And in the 80s, the federal government put a moratorium on commercial fishing in federal waters. And at this point, fishing is limited state by state based on state quotas rooted in kind of the fisheries health. When we as Pacifico back in 2013, 2014 made a decision to focus on this fish, really that was one of the driving forces, was the ability and potential to bring a beloved fish back to market in a sustainable way and providing a responsible offering to customers of a fish that many people have grown up with. I'd say that was the primary reason, and secondary reason, and equally if not more important, is that it tastes fantastic. It's a beautiful fish, delicate white meat, very nice flavor, very versatile, served raw, cooked, many different applications. Next slide, please. Yeah, I wanted to touch on really siting and our location. We're really blessed to operate at Todos Santos Island, a pristine nature preserve, and being 8 miles offshore, you're really separate from coastal contaminants and any issues. And it brings up the point of siting and location of farming, location of siting a farm as it relates to being a responsible producer. And it really comes down to a scientific question. Any site has a theoretical carrying capacity. How much biomass can that site support without damaging the site itself? And so I think it's really important to understand that, as you look into developing a site, you need to understand what is the potential carrying capacity. Keep that in, and then keep that in mind as you build your site and grow your operation. And then even beyond that, you need to confirm to yourself and to the company and to the market that you are in fact not damaging the environment around there. So we do that ourselves. We are checking the ocean floor underneath our cages multiple times a year to confirm that we're not having an impact. This is something that we want to do and also required by our certifications. And we also are working with local NGOs to confirm that there is no impact on local flora and fauna, because at the end of the day, we want to be responsible producers, and that doesn't only mean raising the fish well, but it also means being responsible in how you're interacting with the local environment. Next slide, please. And that brings me to third-party certifications, and really the way that we prove to ourselves and to the marketplace that we are responsible producers. Pacifico is the only 4-star Best Aquaculture Practices certified producer in Mexico. That's their highest certification. We are also certified by Whole Foods, recommended as a good alternative by Seafood Watch, and we're also certified by the American Heart Association. Now, these certifications review different elements of farming as they relate to, for example, feed sourcing, chemical use or lack thereof, sighting, densities, how you treat the fish, how you interact with the local environment, how you interact with the local community. All of these things there are parameters and requirements set out that we study, understand, and then really build our own operating processes around them to ensure that we are operating to the highest global standards of responsibility. Next slide, please. And really to close, just to touch on where we believe Pacifico and the industry is going. We believe that there's a tremendous opportunity here to build a company and an industry of meaning and purpose. And what that means for us is building a world-class aquaculture company focused on global best practices. We want to be a responsible producer that people can point to and say, that's what responsible farming looks like. We want to change the seafood industry for the better and bring a responsible product to market and allow consumers to say that's what a responsible fish tastes like. And lastly, we want to build an industry in the Cali-Baja region, and we consider it to be one region from California down to Baja California. We want to build an industry that re-employs people from fishing industry, that works with scientists, that works with local academic institutions, and really builds a world-class industry for the long term, because we believe that's what's needed to have a positive impact on the environment and our protein consumption in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Omar, for a very interesting story. I think we'll just leave the questions for afterwards, and I would like to introduce you to our next speaker, who is Dennis Hedgecock. To read his resume is quite extensive, so I will try to limit that to say he has a PhD in genetics from the University of California, and he has also served there for many years after. He's also a fellow of the American Association of the Advancement of Science, an honored life member of the National Shell Fisheries Association, and a member of several other scientific societies, and he serves on the editorial boards of Aquaculture and the Journal of Shellfish Research. Dennis, please, the microphone is yours.
Thank you, Øyvind, and thanks to my fellow colleagues on the panel. So I'm Dennis Hedgecock, a founder and Chief Science Officer of Pacific Hybreed. We are a company dedicated to sustaining shellfish aquaculture through 21st century breeding science and technology to improve yield and enhance resilience. Next slide, please. So shellfish aquaculture is about the greenest way that we have of growing protein for human consumption. Requires no inputs and actually has positive impacts on the marine environment and marine ecosystems because of their filtering feeding mechanisms. Nevertheless, they are threatened by global changes, warming temperatures, acidifying oceans, which are corrosive to their shells, emerging diseases, and of course, competition for diminishing coastal land with sea level rise and urbanization. Next slide. Our technology is based on common methods that have been common in agriculture for centuries, at least the last 100 years, and the application of modern genomics. I want to emphasize that these are not genetically modified organisms. We use natural variation. We have three different strategies. One is to produce hybrid shellfish. We've discovered through research that oysters are a lot like plants, like crops, and can be improved by this concept of hybrid vigor. And we've known that corn production in the United States has been increased 8-fold over the last 110 years. We expect to produce similar kinds of gains in oysters through this process of application of hybrid vigor. We're also very interested in producing more resilient triploids. Triploids have been used by the industry for several decades now. They have a higher value because they do not produce gametes during the summer. They're sort of the seedless shellfish. And they also have this very important environmental property that they break that farmed wild interaction. There's no possibility for the farmed oyster, triploid oyster or clam to produce offspring that will escape into nature. And finally, we were very interested in the control of sex in shellfish, because we know in several species that females grow faster than males. And an all-female crop would increase production by 20% or more if we could achieve that. So those are our basic products and technologies. Next slide, please. So we've gotten quite a bit of traction over the last couple of years that we've been in operation. We've established hatchery facilities at a National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration facility at Manchester, Washington. This facility is completely equipped to produce at a production level and also experimental scales. Next slide. We're also neighbors of Neil Sims out at NELHA, the Natural Energy Laboratory of Hawaii, where we've established over the last, since December, when we started with bare lava ground, a fully functional hatchery that has the capacity to produce the algae food that the mollusks need, as well as a production hatchery and a hatchery that's focused on producing families that you can see on the far lower left there. So these facilities are built in shipping containers, which kept our costs quite low, and they're now fully operational. Final slide, please. So we do this not only to improve the shellfish for the West Coast aquaculture, but I'm, as a scientist, quite concerned about the future of aquaculture around the globe and its durability and resilience to changes going forward. We produced a paper this last year in Reviews in Aquaculture, the references at the bottom there, where we've highlighted that aquaculture is riddled with examples of boom and bust production cycles. And there's just some examples shown on this slide. And these cycles are quite concerning because you can see that they don't last very long. They're decades in length. There's a tendency for one species to be replaced by another, and perhaps in some cases even another. We're essentially burning through species. And that these boom and bust production cycles are not caused by market forces, as typically learned in economic classes, but are driven by catastrophic diseases that come in and wipe out these organisms. And so we see a need globally for genetic improvement programs to apply the science of genetics, what we know has worked so well on land, to these global aquaculture species, so that aquaculture will have a future, will be a durable enterprise going forward in this very challenging world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dennis, for some very interesting perspectives on the future of aquaculture. Our next speaker is Andrew Lawrence. Andrew is a business development specialist at Deep Tracker, striving to deliver outstanding real-time underwater information to the clients in the aquaculture industry. Andrew views aquaculture as the world's most sustainable source of protein for human consumption, giving the industry the power to shape the world of the future. Andrew, the floor is yours.
Hey everyone, welcome to my little spiel today. Thanks for taking a bit of time out of your day to learn about Deep Tracker. I feel very humbled today to be included with such consequential speakers. Next slide, please. So Deep Tracker is currently in its 10th year of commercial operation. Deep Tracker began on a boat when three friends dropped a flashlight overboard and lamented the fact that they couldn't go down and get it. So one of those friends, Jeff Lotz, had designed a swimming robot in college, so they began investigating the market potential of commercializing that robot. In 2012, the DTG2 was brought to market, and in 2016, we launched the DT340, which is a line of pipe crawling robot. Most recently, in 2019, we launched the third generation DTG3, our Revolution ROV, and even opened a satellite office in Puerto Montt, Chile. 2020 has been a huge year for us as well, launching our DT640 Max and our Cavi Blaster add-on for our Revolution to enable underwater cleaning, as well as our Revolution Zoom. Next slide, please. So just a few quick stats. We are located in Kitchener. We now have close to 80 employees. We've got 92, 93 countries that we've sold into. Next slide, please. What sets us apart? All of our ROVs can be easily deployed by a sole operator. We designed our controller to be similar to a handheld video game, so even the least tech-savvy person can figure out how to fly it in a few seconds. While many of our competitor systems have bulky controls or require topside power, our robots are all battery powered with a topside power option coming in 2021, which will help with longer benthic examinations. But durability is what really sets us apart from our competitors. One reason is the magnetic coupling system that we use on our thrusters and wheels. This basically means that there's nothing to be oiled and greased, there are no gas cartridges to replace, and these are all common weak points with many of our competitors' ROVs. Finally, as compared to having the price of having ROV service companies come in or dive companies come in perform inspections, our ROVs are far more affordable in the short and long runs, not to mention the fact that you're not putting any divers' lives in jeopardy. Next slide, please. I'll go through a few benefits on the next slide, please. So this is a pretty comprehensive list of all the different things that you can do with a deep trekker ROV at a fish farm. I won't go into all of these today, but please reach out to me to discuss any of these in more detail. Next slide, please. So these are some of the ways that ROVs can mitigate risks concerning fish health, and you might have to click through some of those points. So the quick and effective removal of morts is imperative to maintain the health of the remaining fish. Retrieving and analyzing morts is important as it gives operators insight as to why a fish expired, allowing staff to quickly pick up on signs of health concerns like ISA, for example. The DTG3 can be equipped with our mort digger, which allows the pilot to quickly spot morts using the onboard high-def camera, easily navigate to them using the precision thruster, and then push the morts into the uplift system in the pen, or retrieve them to the surface. Many companies have enacted strict policies forbidding outside visitors, especially recently, which makes getting divers on site difficult, if not impossible. Likewise, many companies have more recently forbade customer site visits. A deep trekker ROV on sites means you don't have to rely as much on dive teams, which can help you protect your fish from disease, not to mention protect your workers by mitigating the risk of contracting COVID-19. Feeding to satiation is a very common practice, but it really only allows you to see when fish at the surface have fed adequately. Weaker or smaller fish below the surface may not be able to compete for feed at the surface, and by the time the feed has reached them, it may be minimal, or it could have floated out of the pen entirely. A DT pod can be suspended by a winch and then rotated to ensure you're getting a full picture of how satiated your fish are. I will probably just cut ahead a little bit, so we can go to the next slide, please. Feed regimes are, one slide back, please. Feed regimes are strategically timed based on environmental factors like seasonality, water temperature, prevalence of particular diseases, algal blooms, and so on. Specialty feed types tend to be extremely expensive due to the many supplemental vitamins, minerals, and amino acids. So for these reasons, it's imperative that farmers maximize the utility of these feeds. Many of our customers are using ROVs and the DT pod submersible camera to minimize feed waste. So we believe that our equipment is really part of an effective feed management strategy. Next slide. Actually, you can go ahead to slide 11, please. All right, this is our DTG3 ROV. It's a mini observation class underwater ROV built to provide operators the ability to quickly deploy and visually inspect within underwater environments. It fits into a single Pelican case, which can be rolled easily on site from pen to pen. It comes standard with heading, depth, and temperature sensors, which help, dead reckoning underwater. It can also be equipped with an oxygen sensor, which means you can get an environmental profile of your net pen as you're doing it. Let's go to the next slide, please. This is our Revolution. It was designed for higher current regions or where more precise movements are required. It also has a greater payload, so it may be more capable in terms of what we can integrate into the unit and also the size of fish that we can move with it. And then let's go ahead to slide 15, please. This is our DT pod underwater camera. It can be permanently moored or moved from area to area when things are being observed. We've primarily seen these permanently moored on winches and net pens, but more recently we've seen a considerable amount of interest from land-based facilities that want to place them permanently at drains to check feed waste and monitor fish health. We'll go ahead to slide 19, please, or 18 rather. This is our net patch tool. It's a perfect tool for temporary closing up net holes to minimize the possibility of escapes or pest incursions into your net pens. It's not meant to be a permanent patch, but simply to close the hole until you can pull your nets up or get divers down to perform a more permanent solution. Next slide, please. So we have a very wide variety of grabbers and grippers to suit different jobs. They can be used for deploying different sensors or equipment or even retrieving dropped items. We also have our water sampler, which is useful for chemical analysis of your water, and also our new sediment sampler, which was designed in conjunction with DFO Canada, which really gives representative benthic samples. So next slide. So yeah, on behalf of all of us here at Deep Trekker, I'd like to wish you and your loved ones well during these interesting times. And we're always improving our ability to connect with and support our customers in spite of the current travel limitations. So now really is the best possible time to invest in a Deep Trekker ROV. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andrew, for that interesting perspective. Our fifth and final speaker is Paul Skogrand from Aker Biomarine, and they are working on krill harvesting in the Antarctic region. So can you please give us some insights, Paul, to that, and if you can keep it short so we can have time for hopefully a few questions in the end.
Absolutely, Øyvind. I'll try and be short. Yes, like you said, I'm Paul Skogrand. I'm from Aker Biomarine. We're a krill harvesting company. We provide krill to the aquaculture industry and also for human consumption. Next slide, please. So krill, what is that? It's an incredibly abundant species. It's harvested at the bottom of the world in Antarctica. There's probably no other fisheries in the world that takes out less of the biomass. Currently, you have a biomass of about 60, 70 million tons, and the industry takes out about 300,000-400,000 tons of that. It is an incredibly sustainable source. It's third-party certified. Next slide, please. Obviously, you know the big challenges ahead. We need to secure a lot more food over the coming years as we are growing to 10 billion people. Next slide, please. And it's clear that farmable land cannot sustain this growth. So, I mean, even if aquaculture grows with about 44 million tons, it is only about 25% of what the meat industry needs to grow by 2050. So this is not a demand issue. It will never be a demand issue for aquaculture. It's more like a supply issue. Can we supply sustainably enough and up to scale? Next slide, please. Obviously, we need an urgent action for a shift in our food system, and I think in that aquaculture has a real advantage. Next slide, please. Yeah. The 2% that today comes from the ocean is obviously a great challenge to try and increase that, like I said. Next slide. I'm going to try and be short here. A bit about scale. I think that obviously to get scale and sustainability at the same time, it's really key for a business as well as for environment. We believe that krill is it's a small player in this, of course, but also part of the solutions that we need to be looking at. Next slide, please. Yeah, this, it just tells you that as an ingredient, actually, farming food from the sea is a much more efficient way of creating proteins to the world. And since aquaculture is under big scrutiny, and I think that is actually a big advantage, because in the future you will need to try and face the customers. There are more and more picky. I think you can jump 2 slides ahead. I'll try actually 3 slides ahead, and I'll try and sum up just since we are a bit over time here. Just we have a product that has a lot of documented effects for fish growth, for quality, for reducing waste, and a very efficient feed. But my key takeaway really from this presentation of mine is just that, sustainable aquaculture, you need to be looking at the whole value chain. You need to be looking at the feed, how you get the feed from the place of harvest or production to the actual farms. Scale is important, and you need to match. You need to solve the issue of scale and sustainability. And I think it's possible. And like I said, it's not going to be a demand issue. There's going to be a huge demand. So it's about how we solve the supply issue. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for attending today's session on micro and macroalgae. My name is Matthew Edwards. I'm a professor of biology at San Diego State University. And in my lab, we study seaweed ecology, seaweed ecophysiology, and we're trying to understand how environmental change impacts the way ecosystems function through these processes. We also study seaweed farming and trying to look at if seaweeds can be used for bioremediation. One of the things to consider here is that when we're using seaweed, some of these things are going to be problematic when we're doing seaweed farming just due to their physiology. So today, I think we've got a great panel for you, a bunch of people working in the field. I'll let them introduce themselves, go through and talk about what they're doing. But if we get going on my slides, in my lab, we are again studying seaweed farming, and we're asking whether or not we can use seaweed farms to remove nutrients from estuary and waterways. Now, one of the things we understand, if we could advance the slide, is that seaweed farms, our pollution is entering our environment through agriculture, through industry, through residential practices, and even through things like traffic. What happens, if we can go to the next slide, I actually don't see the slides on my screen, so I'm hoping that we're live on this. But what happens is that, yes, so there we are with what happens during rain events is that the rainwater carries these pollutants to the storm drains and ultimately to the sea. And so the next slide. And so what we're curious about in my lab is whether or not we can use seaweed farms to clean San Diego Bay of these pollutants. And this is a collaboration between my lab at San Diego State, Sunken Seaweed, and San Diego. Now, some of you may have seen Sunken Seaweed earlier this week. Tori Polizzi and Leslie Boer were out at the seaweed farm at the Grape Street Pier doing a presentation. Next slide. And so what we're doing is we're taking the seaweeds that we're growing on our farm and we're bringing them to the lab, and we're growing them under different salinities and nutrient conditions. And these are things that we might expect following a rain event when fresh water carries these pollutants to the sea. The next slide, please. And so what we do is we take an ecophysiological approach. We grow the seaweeds on the farm, we bring them into the lab, and then we growing these things under different salinity and nutrient conditions, we can look at kind of how well they're doing metabolically. We can look at things like growth, their change in their biomass. We can look at their light harvesting within photosynthesis, what we call the chlorophyll fluorescence parameters. And then we can look at how they're photosynthesizing through steady state photosynthesis. We can also look at how they're taking up carbon, nitrogen, and phosphorus into their tissues using elemental analysis. And we can actually look at their carbon and nitrogen assimilation pathways using stable isotope analysis. So my lab is collaborating with a bunch of people from different universities here in the US, internationally, and in the private sector to try to basically understand that during rain events, when these freshwater pulses carry pollutants to the sea, can seaweed farming be used as a way of cleaning estuary and bay waterways? And so that with that one, next slide, please. I'll just say that these things take a whole host of people that I work with in the field and in the lab, a whole bunch of graduate students and collaborators. So that's enough about me and my lab right now. I'm really here to moderate the session. So I am going to turn this over to our first speaker, who is going to be Alexis Akbay, and I'll let Alexis introduce her own her group.
Thank you, Matthew. Wait for my slides to get up here, but my name is Alexia Akbay. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Symbrosia. We're based out of Kona, Hawaii, and we're using a very particular species to for a very particular use case here. Waiting for my slides, but so we're using aquaculture or seaweed macroalgae farming to tackle an issue in land-based agriculture, which is methane emissions from livestock. So some of you may know already, but methane from the digestive processes of cattle contribute up to 10% of total global greenhouse gas emissions. Essentially, if cows were a country in themselves, they would be the third top emitter globally. And with different regions, including California, beginning to think about taxing these emissions in the future, there is a lack of applicable and effective solutions to do this. And luckily for the seaweed industry, a couple years back, researchers out of Australia found, next slide please, that when you include and methane as a greenhouse gas is a lot more potent than CO2 also. It's a lot more effective at warming up the atmosphere. So any industry efforts to reduce these emissions will have a much greater cooling effect in the short term. Next slide. And so researchers out of Australia found that when you include a small amount of a specific seaweed, Asparagopsis taxiformis is its name, into the diet of livestock, that you can get these drastic reductions in methane emissions. And this is a natural solution, which is wonderful. Can you please go to the next slide? So in the gut of the animal, instead of utilizing carbon dioxide and hydrogen to produce methane, that large molecule there in the left diagram, the seaweed, as a response mechanism or a defense mechanism in the wild, produces a compound that is able to intercept this reaction from happening in the gut. And instead, the animal is producing hydrogen gas, which is a lot less reactive than methane. Move forward. This is extremely interesting for the seaweed industry in particular. I'm sure you'll hear later, looking for use cases, because the livestock agriculture industry is a huge opportunity. In the US, utilizing seaweed as a feed supplement for this use case at a 0.5% inclusion in the feed has an annual market potential of about $10 billion. Next slide. However, because the species has never been commercially grown before, the issue quickly becomes scaling up production of the species to meet the massive industry. Next slide. And that's what Symbrosia has been working on for approximately the past 2 years. As I mentioned, we're based in Kona, Hawaii, so our research and development process is detailed here. We essentially go out on the reef and collect wild populations from all over the 8 Hawaiian islands you can see in the bottom left there. We bring them into the lab and do high throughput screening for a number of parameters that we're interested in: yield, metabolite, the metabolite that reduces methane production in the lab, the concentration of that one, temperature tolerance, etc. We grow those strains up and then work on producing systems that can effectively optimize the resources that we have here on land to produce the algae. And you can see then in the top right-hand corner that currently we're just using photobioreactors for the algae, but our plans over the next 4 months are to move those seed stocks into modified raceway systems, which is not dissimilar to kind of the microalgae industry, or how spirulina and astaxanthin are traditionally grown. Next slide. So I guess there's a video in there, but so we've been able to achieve species domestication within the past 2 years. Typically, domesticating, for lack of a better word, a new aquatic species can take over 15 years to do, and we're beginning to prove out really improved growth rates and yield and other parameters, as I mentioned earlier. So it's been a lot of fun, and we're seeing initial success, which is really rewarding as well. Continue to the next slide. Back one, and then we did do our first feed trial this last summer, so July through September, on a sheep farm in New York. So sheep are also ruminants, and we incorporated the feed into the traditional practices of a grazing system. So this was a bit dissimilar to the academic research that has been done prior, where you're in a really controlled research setting, and they were seeing 90% reductions. We were still able to prove 70% reduction in a grazing system on a real commercial farm. So that was extremely interesting, and there's still process improvements to be done there, but it was a nice early success for us. And then next slide. Moving forward, we will be retrofitting a biofuel facility here in Kona, seen there on the right, and further proving out our technology. So we are a startup and have a number of technological risks and hurdles still to address. But we're hoping to do that strategically. And then just to give you an idea of some of the things that we're looking to work on the effectiveness of in the future is the cost of the seed per kg to seed into these systems, looking at providing product for regulation. So animal feeds in general it's a different type of regulatory market than just selling to humans. And then proof of concept for further expansion here in Hawaii. So this is kind of our first commercial pilot. And next slide. So our team, quickly, everything that we do is possible because of them. And next slide, I think I'm running out of time here. Our partners, thanks to all of our partners as well. Next slide. And yeah, just a quick note, if you are interested in utilizing seed stock, we are working on seeding gametophytes onto lines for offshore production as well. So please get in touch if that's something that you're interested in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's great. I'm going to pass it on to our next speaker, who's going to be Eliza Harrison from Ocean Rainforest.
Thanks for your introduction, Matt. My name is Eliza Harrison. I work with Ocean Rainforest as the Business Development Coordinator. I'm stepping in today for Oliver Gregerson, who unfortunately, due to travel miscommunication, is not able to join us this afternoon. So as the slides have the chance to come up, to give you a little bit of background on Ocean Rainforest, we are a company that is based both in the Faroe Islands as well as in Santa Barbara, California. In the Faroe Islands, we have worked, or primarily in the Faroe Islands, we have worked in seaweed cultivation, specifically offshore seaweed cultivation, for the last 10 years. Next slide. Islands, we really seek to improve people's well-being as well as support the larger health of the marine ecosystem through offshore seaweed cultivation. We do this primarily by applying science, research, innovation, and expertise to innovating on all variety of aspects associated with the seaweed value production chain. This includes developing novel cultivation systems and techniques, as well as deploying innovative seeding strategies, working on improving harvesting methods, as well as refining processing strategies that allow us to create or process seaweed into a storage stable condition that can then be sold to third-party individuals to market as a final product. But the reason we're interested in seaweed, as you'll hear for the rest of the panel, and I'm sure many times throughout this panel or this week, next slide please, is because seaweed is one of the most interesting and potentially sustainable organisms that we can cultivate on the planet. Growing seaweed actually removes significant quantities of excess nutrients from the marine environment, and thus doesn't require any additional fertilizer, which supports the larger health of the marine ecosystem. Cultivating seaweed also has the opportunity to absorb significant quantities of carbon dioxide, as well as provide habitat for local organisms or in the marine environment who rely on seaweed for nursery grounds, as well as for food and then protection from other organisms in the marine environment. And really, in recognizing this incredible opportunity and of this organism as a way to support the health of the marine environment, next slide, Ocean Rainforest's vision, especially as we go toward the future, is to create local ocean rainforests around the world. As we as a company view this as one of the most effective and immediate ways to effectively mitigate the increasingly visible effects of climate change. Next slide. Unfortunately for us, there are significant areas around the world in which we actually have the opportunity to cultivate seaweed. And so although we're working right now in the Faroe Islands in the United States, we have this larger and broader potential to expand our work. In order to do so, however, and specifically in terms of our work in the Faroe Islands, what we do is we take the cultivated biomass and we process it using 3 different storage stabilization techniques, which are drying and silage and extraction. And this ultimately allows us to support a variety of industries, including the existing industry of human food production, as well as growing industries associated with animal feeds and biodegradable plastics. Next slide. And in order to be able to tap into both the existing markets as well as address future market demand, Ocean Rainforest has made a number of critical advancements in our work, especially over the fall of 2020. This has included harvesting 1,000 meters of seeded material in the Faroe Islands, as well as deploying 80,000 meters that will support our harvesting efforts over the course of the coming years. We have also continued to play an active role in a variety of international research projects, as well as are preparing for a Series A capital increase that will happen in 2021. Next slide. In addition to our work in the Faroe Islands, however, our team has spent the last 6 months or so operationalizing a demonstration project in California, which is funded by the U.S. Department of Energy's ARPA-E Mariner program, which is intended in essence to demonstrate the feasibility of offshore cultivation of seaweed in the coastal United States. So the image on the right of the screen shows our small-scale hatchery facility, which is actually built out of a shipping container. And on the left, you're seeing 2 schematics of a demonstration cultivation system that our team hopes to deploy in the Santa Barbara Channel over the course of the next few months. Next slide. And with that, I would like to thank you for letting me join the panel this afternoon or morning. Oliver's contact information is on the slide, and in the meantime, I will happily take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eliza. That was fantastic. Great job stepping in and at the last minute, and that was fantastic. We're going to send over to our next speaker for series of time. This is going to be Chris Lee from Algae Tracker, and I'm going to let Chris talk about some interesting products that they're developing.
Oh, it looks like I was still muted. Sorry. Yeah, so my name is Christopher Lee. I'm the CEO of AquaRealTime and co-founder. Every day, 2 million tons of industrial, agricultural, and municipal waste are discharged into the world's water. At AquaRealTime, our mission is to improve the health of our lakes, rivers, and oceans globally through real-time detection of this contamination. Next slide, please. So one of the direct consequences of this contamination is something called harmful algal blooms, also known as HABs. And quick comment here, I'm sort of the odd man out in the panel in that we have our technology geared towards detecting harmful microalgae, whereas as we know, most of the panels are geared towards growing algae on purpose. But microalgae can also be grown for very beneficial reasons, but we're talking about those cases when it can cause a lot of damages. So what happens here is that nutrients, nitrates and phosphates, make their way into the water from lawns and agricultural runoff and wastewater, and the algae will grow out of control and take over these big bodies of water, and they will end up getting into recreational areas where those can get shut down because algae poses a lethal threat to people, pets, and animals. It's also really smelly and ugly and takes up basically nobody wants to be around it. Drinking water utilities can get shut down because the taste and odor compounds and also the toxicity. This picture on the right is an image of the city of Toledo that closed down for 4 days in 2014. There's huge fish kills, massive fish kills, and entire harvests that have to be thrown out because the fish and shellfish can get poisoned with these toxins. The algae can gum up filters and membranes and desalination plants and power plants. Tourism and businesses, Airbnbs all get shut down. Overall, it's a $17 billion per year problem. And the thing with this is that time is money. The longer that you leave the algae, it just takes a few days for it to get to be completely devastating. And so the sooner you can get to it, the better. And so an early detection system is really key. Next slide, please. The problem is right now, the water quality monitoring systems that we have are totally insufficient. You can either have people go out and do sampling, but there's too many locations and too many times per day that you'd need to do this to be feasible. Then there's sensor systems that are way too expensive and cumbersome. Next slide, please. So that's where we come in with the algae tracker. This is a completely proprietary new technology. It's based on 2 parts. What you see on the left there is our IoT sensor buoy that can be deployed in lakes, rivers, reservoirs, coastlines, and it will detect all sorts of things in the water and communicate to the cloud every 15 minutes with all that data. It's solar powered and has its own cellular connection, so it's autonomous. It's plug and play. Just take it out of the box and put it next to a navigation buoy or to an anchor. And on the right, you can see our dashboard. We have gauges depending on with color-coded alerts and stuff, and historical charts. Next slide, please. So the difference between our system and the competitors is that they typically are $30,000, weigh 200 pounds, take a week, 2 people to install. Ours is an entry cost of $400 plus a SaaS subscription. It takes only half an hour to install, and it's 8 pounds. We also have analytics, which none of the competitors have. Next slide, please. So we're selling into water utilities, irrigation utilities, recreational areas, and going forward into aquaculture and desalination and power plants. Next slide, please. We previously founded another company called Algae Lab Systems, and that's where we're coming from. That was a company that automates growth for commercial algae growers in the microalgae raceways and photobioreactors. And that's about it. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was great, Chris. All right, well, for sake of time, we'll do questions toward the end. We're going to move on to Eva Helen Rognskog from Seaweed Solutions. I got that right.
Yes, fairly. Thank you. My name is Eva Helen Rognskog. I'm the co-founder and CCO of SATPOS, and I'm also a very passionate advocate for the Seaweed for Europe coalition, and which some of you might have noticed on LinkedIn. SATPOS is a technology company that specializes in positioning, sensing, and communication for a digital ocean for optimizing, monitoring, and controlling oceans. Slide, please. No, up, please. Slide 2, please. Thank you. Sensing and data capture can help us manage the ocean resources more effectively. And now that's where SATPOS comes into the picture, when we see the potential need to optimize, secure, and streamline the seaweed farms. This is also important for future documentation in seaweed farm certification process. Next slide, please. Now, on a personal note, to understand where we come from, the founders of SATPOS, myself, my brother John, we grew up on a small island in the ocean gap of Hustadvika in Norway's northwest. And here, in the harsh ocean environment, we got the urge to explore marine technology from our father's small family business that revolutionized technology development for the marine seismic industry. And already from our teens, we have been on a journey of researching new ways to develop new marine technology. Slide, please. And here we are today. We are again pushing the technological boundaries for a sustainable and autonomous future of the ocean. This is our legacy, and this is where we come from. This is also why the ocean environment holds a great spot in our hearts, and we're a small and growing company. Slide, please. Norwegian engineering competence is Norwegian engineering competence is unique, and through the decades of innovation from the fishing and oil and gas era, we have learned to develop technology that survives these harsh ocean environments. Now that is the building block for the systems that we are currently developing for the seaweed farming. Slide, please. Our customer, Seaweed Solutions, is today closely monitoring the farm's physical environment as well as the growth and quality of the seaweed, but in a manual way with regular inspections at the farm. As the scale of operation increases, there is a need for moving into more exposed areas. The company is looking for more autonomous remote monitoring solutions that allows them to keep track on the farm and the seaweed in safe and more cost-efficient manner. But to make use of the technology, we need to explore and understand the following. Next slide, please. What are the current risks and challenges to seaweed farming? Can anything go wrong? And what are the strategies in place for future regulations for quality assurance, for operational safety, ecological safety, and food safety? What are the current strategies to keep track of farms and their progress? What are the impacts of seaweed farming, and how can we validate the sustainability throughout the entire ecosystem of the farming process? Slide, please. We are developing a small and simple sensor system that fits all buoys. As we are strong supporters of a healthy and plastic-free ocean, we give existing buoys a new value, intelligence. That is sustainability in actions and not just words. Slide, please. We aim to ensure the optimization of farming process, not only for the operational streamlining, but also for the validation of seaweed as a sustainable resource. Therefore, clear strategies are needed to be put in place so we can grow seaweed in a fully sustainable manner. Slide, please. And that's all from me. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Eva. That was awesome. All right, the last speaker of our panel is going to be Michael Williams from Cascadia Seaweed.
Thanks very much, Matthew, and thanks to my fellow panelists for setting the stage. As you said, I'm Mike Williamson, president and co-founder of Cascadia Seaweed, located in beautiful British Columbia on the west coast of Canada. Slide, please. We have a number of taglines we like to use. We are Seaweed. We are a 2-year-old initiative. This time last year, we had 3 partners and founders, and now we have over 17 team members and contractors working in a number of cities on the west coast. Slide, please. We obviously have a mission and vision and values, but simply stated, our corporate intent is climate action. Seaweed provides a large number of wonderful services to the environment. Human health and food security, as you heard from some of my fellow panelists, seaweed is a wonderful solution in plant-based food and nutritious and delicious staples for human consumption. These are green jobs. As seaweed goes, it provides a number of environmental services. It's wonderful for the environment, and they're sustainable jobs. Coastal communities and Indigenous participation is very important in the Canadian context, and all of our farms are located and work with coastal and First Nations communities, and of course, resiliency in a regenerative economy. Slide, please. Our use of seaweed, number of verticals. We're focused first and foremost on consumer packaged goods, plant-based food. We'll have a number of products on shelves next year. Agri-feed, you've heard Alexia talk about bovine methane reduction. There are a number of cold water species of seaweed that do similar services in reducing methane, harmful methane emissions from cows, and we're doing research on those species. Biopackaging, using seaweed as a form of plastic. We have a saying for that, oceans saving oceans. And the product is, of course, fully biodegradable and compostable. And yet to be done is more work on pharmaceutical aspects of seaweed. The carbon offsets, seaweed sequesters 20 times more carbon than land plants for the same mass, and R&D of additional species. Slide, please. I'm very conscious of my time here, so I'll move quickly. British Columbia has a number of advantages. The waters are clear, lack of pollutants, a very vibrant aquaculture economy in British Columbia. And one of our building blocks is collaboration, both with communities and partners around the globe involved in the same industry. The market space is huge, and it's important that we share our advances, our technology, our R&D with as many partners as possible to fully leverage the advantage of growing seaweed in the ocean. Slide, please. Of course, as I mentioned before, one of our critical success factors in our jurisdiction is partnerships with coastal communities and First Nations. British Columbia aquaculture is over $1 billion a year industry, and we hope to be part of that. Slide, please. Our future growth plans are expansion. This year, we're putting in hectares, about 60 seeded kilometers of growing medium, and we have further expansion beyond that. There's a lot of clean water here. The regulatory environment is favorable to growth. We are going to continue work on our consumer packaged goods, continue to work on bovine, and as I mentioned earlier, collaboration with other jurisdictions. Slide, please. For us, it's all about the people. We have teams in the field on a daily basis, both in the nursery, gathering stock for Saurus, doing research, building farms, harvesting. It's, of course, very important, the human capital, folks' passion and commitment to it, mainly from an environmental and regenerative aspect, but also for creating economic and sustainable activity. Final slide. We contribute with our partners and other folks involved in the industry in a number of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. There's a direct path between the SDGs and what we're able to achieve with our regenerative farming. There's a lot of technological advancements. It's not just simply farming, varieties of seeding lines more efficiently, varieties of expanding farms more efficiently, technological advances for harvesting. We have to do more research on the biomedical properties of seaweed. We are already making customers in a couple of sectors. And finally, quantifying the carbon capture of seaweed and the ecological and environmental services that it can provide. And like my other panelists, I'll be happy to take questions at the end. Thank you very much, Matthew. I've tried to respect my 5 minutes time there, and I've gone over by 17 seconds.
Well, thank you. Yeah, so right now we don't have any questions, so we can have a conversation. I do want to, as a moderator, pose a question actually to our last speaker, to Michael. In the formation and the use of algae for plastics, you showed pictures of brown algae that are kelps in the order Laminariales, which are loaded with the alginates and the proper materials for doing this. How about other taxa? How about green algae and red algae for making plastics and things like that?
So our focus right now is on ocean cultivation, which tends to mean the kelps. We're doing sugar kelp and Alaria marginata. We're also going to be growing dulse or Palmaria mollis in tanks, and we perhaps can create or do some investigation on that. We're very favorable towards the browns. As you say, there's a lot of alginate in it, and then that forms sodium alginate from which the plastics are done. We won't be doing any greens in the near future. I'd have to leave that to some of my other cultivation partners. There's a number of companies in the world doing it, but our focus right now is on the browns primarily.
Great, thank you. So right now we have an open discussion for the among the panelists, if we would like. I'm not going to dominate this. I do have some questions to keep this going if we need to, but if anybody of you have questions for each other or comments, please chime in.
I'll just make one comment. Yep, go ahead.
I had a question for Symbrosia. I saw the raceway ponds. How I'd come from seeing that in microalgae and how that works. You move the water round and round. Is it going to be the similar kind of thing where you're trying to move that? And if so, do the paddle wheels kind of, what happens with the algae, the macroalgae as it goes by that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the algae species that we're growing is a filamentous macroalgae. It's pretty tiny, actually, and holds up really well in the raceway system. So the caking that you would get in a microalgae raceway setting is actually decreased with the filamentous algae. Although because it is a heavier species, we have to have a number of modifications on the pond to promote mixing as it loops around the raceway. So following the paddle wheel, I mean, a couple meters following that, you get a pretty stark decrease in the mixing of the cultivation system. So that's something that we're working on.
Really quick follow-up, is that is the fact that it's filamentous, that's why you don't want to do it in the open water?
So different groups are growing different life cycle phases of it. We focused on the filamentous stage because we thought we could get a product to market more quickly and prove out the research trials and get the regulatory approval needed in the US. But we have plans of also being a seed supplier as part of our business model that would focus on the gametophytes, which are the more beautiful versions of the life cycle, kind of looks like a wheat plant, and also the little pom-poms, which we're growing now.
Cool.
Hey, Michael, you had a comment?
Sure. I was just going to comment again on the collaborative nature of our industry. I've spoken with Alexia, I've spoken with Oliver at Ocean Rainforest, I've exchanged notes with SATPOS. And if you put up 5 or 6 of the other larger global seaweed players on the screen, we would have all touched base with each other at one time. This is very important for the globe. It's important for the environment that we continue to work together. The market space is huge. We're not going to be stepping on each other's toes. And I welcome continued collaboration amongst all of our partners. And if you get on LinkedIn or any of the social media platforms, you'll see comments going back and forth, and everybody likes and comments and shares it. It's just a really exciting time to be part of a sector that's just going full steam.
So I'm going to, agree with Michael on that. I've been to, I work with collaborators from Korea, and I've been over there and looked at kind of the scale at which farming is happening in other places. And as Michael said, wide open. I mean, the amount of real estate we have out there to do this, and the amount of kind of capital we can put into this is right. There's, it's a huge, they call it a big ocean, right? And so there is a lot here. As the U.S., really has an opportunity to scale up its aquaculture. We're just, in the infancy stages of an industry that has incredible growth potential. So I want to, echo that.
Could I make
do
a
have one
comment,
question.
please?
Go.
Thank you. I'm representing the Seaweed for Europe Coalition now, and what I find to be very interesting in this seaweed revolution, as we call it, is how we cooperate, as you just mentioned, with every single stakeholder, and that also includes everything from investors to harvesters to technology companies to everyone that's within this ecosystem. So everyone needs to work together in order to increase the seaweed boom, as we call it. And that is why it's so important to keep on adding people at LinkedIn, keep on talking to each other, having meetings and discussing how we can together, collectively, bring the seaweed to the level that we hope it will within a few years. That was just a comment.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So we have about 2 minutes left. Did anyone have something that they've been holding back on that they wanted to bring up here? If not, I do have one question. Well, I actually have 2 questions. I don't know if we'll get them. But I do want to ask both Chris and Eva about, you both talked about sensing, using these remote sensing. I was wondering what you think are the major hurdles that still have to be overcome in that field. I don't know if we could do that in a minute and a half, but.
Well, I can talk briefly, and then you can talk. One of the hurdles that we've seen is putting everything into a system for predicting and for monitoring and controlling. Now, the issues, or not the issues, the challenges that we are facing is having different sensors at different depths, and that obviously varies from farm to farm and environment to environment. But I think I see that as Sorry. Yes.
I guess the other aspect that's that can be challenging at scale is maintenance. We try to minimize the maintenance, and that's going to be an ongoing thing. Like, the smaller you can get that, the more realistic scaling up becomes. Because ultimately things can be far away. It could be hard to get there on a given day. So that's the other thing.
Great. Thank you. Well, we've got about 30 seconds left on our panel. So I'm going to wrap this up and thank everybody for viewing, and the panelists for joining this. I think what we've seen is that, seaweeds, it's more than just food. There's a lot of things we can do with seaweed. Can seaweed save the world? Possibly. For everything from food to bioremediation to plastics to sustainability to tracking harmful things. So I want to thank everyone for joining, and we're just out of time. So everyone, please view our panelists online at their respective places.
See ya.
Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Could you bring on my introduction page? I have one page slide. Maybe they didn't have it. Okay, let's get started. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Blue Tech Week's panel discussion on future of food. My name is Tony Qin. I'm a research scientist with the UIC in Maryland, and today I'm moderating this session. The future of food is a broad and challenging area. How will we feed our planet by 2050? That is a big question. So today we are going to tackle this problem with 5 panelists in 40 minutes. So each speaker will have about 5 minutes to present their ideas and the solutions. So after all the presentations, we will have about 10 minutes for Q&A and discussion. So our first speaker is Brant Chlewbowski. He founded the California Seaweed Company, and he will talk about the scaling seaweed in urban environment to grow supply and demand on land. So Brant, it's your time.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. First, I respectfully like to acknowledge that we here in San Diego live and work on traditional, ancestral, and unceded land of the Kumeyaay Nation. We're privileged to do so. Society is at the dawn of a global aquacultural revolution. Feeding the growing world population will require a fundamental shift to expanding sustainable seafood around the world. In fact, it's already happening. Slide. I founded California Seaweed Co. to provide live native Californian seaweeds, primarily for the culinary market. The science already shows that eating a vegetarian diet is better for our bodies, it's better for the planet. But going through the process of studying it at Scripps Oceanography as a grad student, I was amazed to understand how efficient seaweeds are at creating superfood, essentially, from simply carbon dioxide, ambient nutrients, and sunshine in the natural environment, really producing a vegetarian product that's higher nutritional content than any terrestrial crop. Slide. So as a grad student, I started with little more than a bucket. And now as a staff member in Dr. Jennifer Smith's phycology lab, where I still work as an aquaculture technician, I'm able to build and scale shore-based aquaculture facilities. We're using flow-through seawater, sunshine, and no added nutrients when we're doing a baseline, and then we can have experimentally added organic nutrients as well. But I think the collaboration that's most fun for me is after the day job is pictured here in this slide, going out and listening to Michelin star chefs and other regional sustainable food advocates, and really getting out to the public where we, under normal circumstances, get to sometimes show people the first time what it's like to eat seaweed, in addition to other sustainable seafood crops. Slide. So our vision is simple: seaweed on every plate. And that mission will be delivering fresh, local seaweeds to the culinary market initially, selling premium live seaweed to health-conscious and foodie customers initially here in Southern California, where we're based in San Diego. And the tactics we've taken are scaling first seaweed production in shore-based aquaculture systems. Slide. Have you ever wondered why seaweed salad that you get in sushi looks and tastes nearly identical, whether you're in Pittsburgh or California or the middle of the United States? Well, that's because 98% of it currently is imported as a dehydrated product that then has food dyes and other flavorings added to make it have this homogeneous look and feel. That's what we see on the left. The other product that we normally see in supermarkets are these processed and packaged varieties, as well as a slowly growing margin on the far right, which is domestic, foraged, or ocean farmed as well. So there are other options, and I'm excited to see that last category growing in addition to domestic shore-based aquaculture as well. Slide. So getting back to why local fresh Californian seaweeds, well, we've already talked about that nutritional density per acre and the short time to harvest, sometimes as little as 2 weeks, requiring no fresh water. But we also have seen this year how food security is critical to where you're getting your food and how it's coming to you. So we really believe that seaweed is a new, clean, green industry that can help feed the world starting with stabilizing and expanding our sustainable seafood options right here in Southern California. Local food production means local food security and grows regional economic opportunities. Slide. The future of food is delicious, as evidenced here. These are all dishes using native Californian seaweeds, from the upper left poke down to margaritas and other sustainable seafood dishes. Through collaboration with Michelin star chefs, the true artists of food, I've learned that seaweed doesn't need to stand alone as a salad. It can be incorporated into an increasingly wide variety of food dishes, even so far as now working with brewers and distillers in San Diego to incorporate native California seaweeds into local drinks as well, including alcoholic drinks. Slide. Now jumping to the main topic, the future opportunities I see coming into focus really hinge on three big opportunities: cooperation on sustainability and food safety, greener packaging that increases value and also walks our talk of being sustainable as an industry, and new products and new species. And with hundreds of species in California, we're just scratching the surface. We might as well be in the hunter-gatherer stage of agriculture at this point for aquaculture. There is a mountain of opportunity out there. On the food safety and food security, I'm really excited that there are other panelists working on this as well and looking to hear from them, since collaboration is so key if we're talking about supplying a full supply chain. For example, it has to be from the supplier to the consumer end. So this will require pooling resources, sharing common goals, and moving forward in greater sustainability certification, showing the public and showing the industry that this is a priority for ourselves as well. Greener packaging follows that same thing. Value-added products beyond just fresh seaweed give us longer lasting and expands the market potential for seaweeds beyond just those initial seafood connoisseurs. And then with new products, we can utilize the climate differences we have in different regions, just like we do terrestrially. Different species grow along different places of the coast, and we could take that advantage and work collaboratively up and down the entire west coast of North America to provide seaweeds. So I look forward to this conversation. I respectfully yield back any other time, and I look forward to a vigorous discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Brant. So do we have Sergio? Probably not, right? So probably we will go ahead to jump to the third one. So our next speaker is Greg Murphy. He's the Director of Cooperative Development and Strategic Partnerships for Blue Nile. So he will talk about the cell-based seafood made directly from fish cells. So it's an interesting topic. Greg, your time.
Thank you very much, and great to be with everybody for the 12th Annual Blue Tech Week. So my name is Greg Murphy, and I'm going to share the Blue Nalu story about how we're going to help rewild the ocean by producing cell-based seafood, which is a transformative way of producing the same seafood that we all love. Next slide, please. So the founders of Blue Nalu, sorry, I think this is the wrong presentation.
Please change. This is, I think, Sergio's. The correct slides.
For Blue Nalu. There we go, perfect, thank you. Next slide. So the founders of Blue Nalu first met in Hawaii, which is in the middle of the Pacific Ocean and one of the most biologically diverse regions in our planet. And they decided that they needed to address the biodiversity challenges in the ocean. So they decided to form a cell-based seafood company. Nalu is a Hawaiian term that means the wave of the moana, or the ocean. And in slang, it also means to be mindful and go with the flow. Next slide, please. So our mission at Blue Nalu is to be the global leader in producing cell-based seafood to meet market demand with the same great taste, texture, and quality and performance as conventional seafood that is healthy for people, humane for animals, healthy for the planet, and sustainable for the ocean. This is indeed an aqua-optimistic solution for our global supply chain for seafood that is so desperately needed. Next slide. Our greatest asset at Blue Nalu is the tremendous team that we have assembled. We have 31 full-time employees today in areas that include food innovation, technology commercialization, cell biology, intellectual property, finance. Next slide. tissue engineering, large-scale biopharma processing, quality assurance, and a strong commitment to corporate development and strategic partnerships. Next slide. We also have an outstanding advisory board that provides global expertise in supply chain, culinary, marine conservation, including Jacques Cousteau's youngest son, Pierre Yves, as well as a former senior vice president of the Food Network and the Cooking Channel. Next slide. So let's discuss briefly the problem we are addressing at Blue Nalu and the solution that we are providing. The global demand for seafood is at an all-time high, while incomes are rising and more consumers are shifting their diets from red meat to seafood for its health benefits. However, our global supply of seafood is increasingly diminishing, or in some cases, even disappearing due to overfishing, illegal fishing, bycatch, and the loss of biodiversity from other environmental challenges like ocean acidification, viruses, or habitat loss. So due to this fundamental supply chain gap, we must find a new direction and a new way to feed a growing population. Next slide. In addition, personal health has been and will continue to be an increasing issue for consumers, particularly with regards to the mercury content or microplastics and other environmental contaminants. So Blue Nalu will be able to produce seafood that is free of mercury, microplastics, and those other contaminants while providing all the positives and nutritional attributes of seafood. So our product is 100% yield with zero food waste. There's no bones, tails, scales, and it's completely traceable as we maintain a full chain of custody with well-documented food safety and sustainability protocols that are overseen by the FDA and other independent auditors. Next slide. So last year in December 2019, next slide, please. Thank you. In December last year, we successfully demonstrated our first cell-based seafood prototype in front of a live audience along the waterfront in downtown San Diego. And we were able to demonstrate that our product performs the same. So it can be cooked across all cooking applications, including being fried for oil and fish tacos, cooked in an acidic solution for ceviche or kimchi, or even served raw. Next slide. As a company, we're headquartered in San Diego, and we recently began refurbishing our new 38,000 square foot manufacturing facility, which will serve as our corporate headquarters and pilot scale manufacturing plant. Next slide. But we are really looking for long-term scalability. And we've already developed these detailed designs of a large-scale manufacturing plant that is capable of producing up to 5,000 metric tons of 100% yielded seafood per year. Next slide. So our focus from day one has really been on global expansion, primarily in Asia, due to increased demand. Next slide. And just to quickly highlight, a market research and consulting firm, A.T. Kearney, came up with this graph that really highlights where cell-based seafood or cell-based meats are going, whereas it starts from a market share of 0% in the year 2025 and enjoys compounded annual growth rate of 41% through 2040, at which point this research firm expects cell-based meats will command 35% of market share in 2040. Next slide. So to date, we've raised $24.5 million, including from 40 investors that originate from 11 nations, including these strategic investors. Next slide. And we're really proud to be aligned with 10 of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. And of course, our focus is on number 14, life below water. Next slide. And we have sponsored a public education campaign called Eat Blue that highlights stories of optimism, leadership, and the people who are promoting ocean health, human health, animal welfare, and the blue economy. Next slide. So in closing, we're very happy to be located in San Diego. We're happy to be partnering with the seafood industry internationally, and we're really excited about the future of seafood, which is a $200 billion marketplace. And we have the opportunity to help rewild the ocean to allow biodiversity to come back while meeting global demand. So with that, I'll conclude my remarks and really appreciate the opportunity to answer questions after the presentations.
Thank you, Greg. So our next speaker is Sarah Taylor. She is an environmental social economist at the National Oceanography Center in the UK. She will talk about the robotics for marine environment. Sarah, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much. Hey everyone, so I'll be talking about Solstice WEO today, and basically our project brings together local knowledge and expertise with recent advances in marine technologies to address challenges facing the Western Indian Ocean specifically. So how we do that is by using state-of-the-art marine modeling, remote sensing, as well as robotics, which are all combined to deliver cost-effective monitoring and prediction in traditionally data-poor areas. Slide, please. So as I mentioned, these are the three technologies we utilize, and the three case studies are based in South Africa, Tanzania, and Kenya. And we do a lot of incredible science, but what's great is that all three case studies are dedicated to issues on food security and small-scale fisheries within these areas. Slide. So I think what's important to acknowledge is a lot of the time the food security conversation is often centered around the availability of food. But if we look here at the UN FAO definition, it's quite a lot more complex than that. So food security exists when all people at all times have physical, social, as well as economic access to food. So what this basically means is you've got 4 pillars of food security that all need to be stable in order to have these great levels of food security within countries. So namely food availability, food access, food utilization, and importantly, food stability. So taking this one step further and actually applying this food security framework to small-scale fisheries involves linking to SDGs. Slide. So resolving this complex interaction between oceans and human issues can be assisted using this multidimensional vision of the SDGs, which frames the interactions between natural, economic, as well as social needs to deliver this balanced benefit across all 17 goals. So I think initially you would assume looking at marine food security just targets zero hunger and life below water, but as Greg previously mentioned, it's a lot bigger than that. So achieving healthy levels of food security can really help achieve more than just 2 SDGs. Slide. Marine food security in developing countries really requires an understanding of the level and also the nature of dependence on these marine resources for both direct and indirect food security. So just to elaborate a bit on that, direct food security is discussing sort of the consumption of fish itself for nutrition purposes, and indirect being the revenue generated from selling catch. So the future of food should really be ensuring the self-sufficiency within countries. Slide. This is proving to be quite difficult in countries such as Tanzania and Kenya, where we're working, as there is a really high dependence on natural resource-based industries, which are the most vulnerable to the impacts of climate variability. Fisheries are volatile and complex social and ecological systems that are impacted by oceanographic changes, biological responses, as well as socioeconomic conditions. So we've really found the most difficult pillar to address is stability, and this is where we feel scientific intervention is needed. Slide. So in our world, at the Oceanography Center, we see the future of food security being secured by affordable technology, such as marine robotics, which will increase the capacity of all of these nations to better understand the marine environment, which can then help sustainably manage resources in the near future. So marine robotics can be used as a tool for marine and fisheries scientists to ensure adaptive capacity on both a national and individual level. So referring this back to the food security pillars we mentioned, we really believe that technology can help manage shocks to stability of food sources, which is really important to avoid dependence on imports or food aid within the food security conversation. So I'll wrap up there, and I'm looking forward to our discussion after the presentation. Thanks.
Thank you, Sarah. So next speaker is Fatah Shrivastava. He is the CTO of Safety Spect, and he will talk about for safety and traceability studies. Fatah, your time.
Sure. Hello, everybody. This is Fartash from Safety Aspect. I'm going to talk to you about our technology. So Safety Aspect is a optical sensor technology. We are developing spectroscopy and imaging system for enhancement of the food safety, quality, adulteration, and traceability. Next slide, please. So this company has been founded 4 years ago when we realized that there are a lot of demand on the multiple regulatory bodies such as FDA, USDA, NOAA, and there is a push for basically enhancing food safety, quality, and transparency in the food supply chain. And we realize that there is a lot of room for innovation and developing devices and systems to basically measure the food quality, food safety, and enhance the transparency. As you see here, there are a lot of room to improve in the food safety, and there's a lot of room to improve in the food waste content, about 1 trillion in retail sales of the food waste, and the food fraud is massive. And one of the issues that we realized when we're looking at the food fraud was the seafood fraud. Next slide, please. Next slide, please.
Of the food supply chain increases threats to food safety and food fraud.
Next one.
New tools.
Next one, please.
Food fraud is the deliberate and intentional substitution.
Yeah. So basically, what we are focusing is at Safety Aspect is basically creating tools, handheld or portable system tools to address the food fraud and food quality. So food fraud can be intentional or unintentional, and it may affect a bunch of other factors such as importing illegal or endangered species or catching endangered species on the fish, or some of the mislabeling may end up to be other safety problems such as heavy metal containment on some of the fish species. So it's very important for the food security as well as transparency to both distributor, processors, and the consumers to ensure that this what they are getting is exactly what the species they ask for. And next slide, please. And this is, for example, one of the example of the fish fraud for red snapper based on the study on Oceania. They have identified about 40% of the fish fillets are basically mislabeled. So, for example, as you see here, the retail price for in USA is $25 per pound. However, most of the mislabels are in the smaller or cheaper species, such as vermilion snapper, which is $15 per pound. And the current method is basically DNA analysis. That's a laboratory base, and it is far from deployment on the larger scale. Next slide, please. So basically, we have started a collaboration with the Department of Agriculture Research Lab in Beltsville, Maryland, and we are actually creating a data bank of spectral signatures of fish fillet with multiple modes of spectroscopy, from reflectance, fluorescence, infrared, and Raman spectroscopy. And as you see here, these hyperspectral images has been segmented into the multiple regions and stored as a spectral data bank. Next slide, please. And these are basically examples of what we see as the average spectrum of the red snapper versus the other 5 most common mislabeled. And as you see here, there's a lot of differences when you look at them in the spectrum. However, visually, it will be really hard to identify or differentiate between these fish fillets. Next slide, please. these are basically initial classification using machine learning algorithm. As you see here, we are investigating, different methods of classifiers. And as you see here, each of these spectroscopy methods can give you a certain level of accuracy on the classification. And what actually Safety Spec is bringing is combining all these spectroscopy methods in this single system, and use these separate spectrometer data into we call it Fusion AI. So we fuse these spectral signatures in order to have a much higher accuracy on the fish species identification. Next slide, please. This is just an example that tells you, for example, what's the average of the accuracy of the classifiers for the red snapper and its common mislabeling. So it ranges between 40 to 90%, but as you see on the left table, when it gets to fusion of 2 sensors and 3 sensor and 4 sensor, the accuracy of classification goes to the highest level, 100%. Next slide. Yeah, so this is our core team. We are right now creating a spectral data set of 50 fish species, including species from Alaska, Hawaii, and Alabama. And we have an active project, SPIR phase 1 with NOAA. And we are going to expand this to 200 to 400 species in the next year, and we are expecting to bring this technology to the market in 2022. Thank you very much.
Yeah, right now, yeah, that's my video just read. I'm back. So we have Sergio. Okay, yeah, that's great. So we have finished 4. So Sergio, you will present the next. So Sergio is the president of Ocean Reef Group with 1 factory in California and 1 in Italy. And he will talk about the underwater lab for growing vegetables. Sergio, your time. I cannot hear you. Okay, I think, yeah, it's still live. Okay. Thanks for all the brilliant. Now it's time we can do the Q&A and the discussion. So I basically will ask each speaker question like in a rotation to use our 10 minutes remaining time. So feel free to jump in if you want to answer or comments. So our first question is for Brant. So Brant, in your opinion, what are the challenges and opportunities with the land-based aquaculture in the urban environments?
Sure. Yeah, I think, for example, in Southern California, it's a premium on real estate and permitting. So land near the ocean is expensive. And we have essentially a continuous super city from Santa Barbara straight across to Tijuana, minus some nature reserves and military bases. So the opportunity there is co-location, and we have increasing either desal, power plants, ports, and other industrial water users that we can imagine being partners with that could provide inputs, much like CO2, or even their waste stream from a desal plant could be reconstituted. So I think looking for those co-location opportunities to share some of the capital and have more of a circular approach are a really big opportunity.
Okay, thank you. So since I don't have audio for, I think the next question goes to Greg. So I'm just curious, what kind of species the blue Nilo can produce, and is that the taste like the same species for the real fish?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Tony. So we developed a platform technology across a wide array of species of several classes or groups. We are initially focused on those species that are primarily imported. So instead of shipping product from 7,000 miles away, we want to be able to produce product close to market. So primarily imported species, and also those species that are not farm raised or cannot be farm raised because the life cycle has not yet been closed. So, for example, bluefin tuna, Chilean sea bass, mahi-mahi, those are high value species, primarily imported and cannot be farm raised. We'll be entering our initial pilot scale market test second half next year in San Diego with a small handful of restaurants, and that'll be our cell-based mahi-mahi product.
Another follow-up is like cost-wise, is the price of your product going to have the advantage over the real fish?
Great question.
Cheaper or more expensive?
Yeah, great question. You can obviously imagine we're still in R&D mode currently, so it is quite expensive.
Sorry, I cannot hear you.
But with larger scale. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, your audio is back. Can you repeat? I didn't get your answer.
Yeah. Obviously, we're currently in R&D, so it is quite expensive. However, with larger scale, we're able to bring costs significantly down. So we believe we'll be able to achieve market price. So the market price of seafood today or tomorrow will be where we price our product at as well. There's a fundamental difference that we're able to do, which is instead of seafood that is supply driven and therefore quote unquote market price, we help bring along a demand driven model that is consistent and predictable across a wide array of species for global seafood.
Okay, thank you for that. The next question goes to Sarah. So Sarah, do you have some examples on how the marine robotics can be used for the scientific fishery management?
Yes, that's a good question. I think what's really important to acknowledge is that this kind of marine robotics that are being developed at this low cost have a really high potential in the democratization of marine sciences. So it's providing affordable and manageable platforms to these low-income states that might not otherwise have had the access to large or expensive marine research infrastructure. So essentially, you're empowering these nations to measure and monitor all general nutrients that enable primary productions that sustain fish. So basically, you can provide real-time assessment of zooplankton and small fish stocks, for example, which is really important to be able to measure and monitor your levels of food security in that state.
Okay, thank you. And Fatash, I have a question for you. So do you have, you are developing some like a handheld device, right? Do you have estimation on the cost of the device and also who are your target customers?
So part of our project with NOAA, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Part of our project with NOAA, we identified that on the port of entry there is an immediate need to monitor in a larger scale the import of the fish and ensure that for tariff purposes, and also banning some illegal or endangered species to monitor basically these the fish that it imports. Also, regulator wants to understand better in the fish market and restaurant level what's the real level of fraud and mislabeling is happening. So we are anticipating something like a pull strategy rather than push strategy, where we can basically bring this technology as a new best practice for authentication and avoiding the mislabeling in the seafood supply chain. So that's basically our approach for now.
Okay, thank you. I think we have 4 minutes, so I think we can go another round to see if we have some time. So for Brant, so another question: what type of technology do you think can represent a breakthrough for expanding the consumer access for the fresh local seaweeds?
Yeah, I think that ties really well into Tasha's last question. Our answers about seafood safety. I think it's biomaterial packaging that increases the shelf life, or I'd say the freshness envelope, while also non-contributing to plastic pollution. So if we can use advanced biomaterials, so something that's not going to easily decompose, but for example, can shift with different humidity and have inert gases and compositions that would actually preserve that seafood product, whether it's cellular fish or seaweed that's still alive. I think that would represent a really big breakthrough industry-wide, because then you're able to extend value of the shelf life, also probably introduce new compositions of products, as well as having more of a circular waste stream that isn't contributing to a problem. It's actually supporting industries that are part of the solution.
Okay, thank you. So Greg, another question for you is, do you have what is the regulatory pathway for the approving? You need to get approval from FDA, right? So what is that looks like for your plan?
Yeah, great question. So really, the regulatory agencies became aware of the whole cell-based foods industry dating back as soon as 2013, when a professor out of University of Maastricht, Mark Post, developed the first cell-based beef patty. And a few years ago in the United States, the USDA, which historically, as you know, regulates meat and poultry, and the FDA, which historically regulates seafood, got together to delineate who would do what. So for a cell-based meat company or chicken company, they would be regulated by both USDA and FDA. For a cell-based seafood company like Blue Nalu, we are only regulated by FDA. So there is a process in place, and we believe we'll be able to get through that regulatory review process by the middle or second half of next year.
Okay, thank you. So 1.5 minutes. Sarah, another question for you. Why is there a need to address the marine food security in continents such as Africa?
So it's quite a complex question, but I'll try and summarize. And the huge problem is, at the moment, food security policy is largely centered around meats and cereals and pulses, even in countries where seafood is definitely a massive part of the diet. So I think it's an issue with data poor regions not understanding necessarily how to measure and monitor, and not having this low-cost technology capacity to fill this knowledge gap. So I think this really would be a great turn to help manage levels of food security within these regions.
Okay, thank you. So I have less than 1 minute. Fatash, do you have any plan to integrate the AI to your inspection device?
Yes, definitely. So the AI can make a major role in our classification algorithm for fish species identification. We have done some proof of concept on this red snapper species. We are going to expand this and looking for multiple AI architecture to enhance the accuracy of the classification. And we are
Okay, thank you,
also
Fatah. I have to stop you. We have 9 minutes, so thank you, everybody. Sorry, Sir Joe, we don't have your audio, so I cannot present. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Amy Novogratz, co-founder of AquaSpark. We're a global investment fund that sees aquaculture as the future of protein production. We're investing in aquaculture companies across the value chain to drive the industry to more sustainable, transparent, and healthier practices. We see technology and primarily data playing a big role in this transformation. 4.5 billion people depend on seafood as a key protein for at least 15% of their average per capita intake of animal protein. 50% of all seafood protein comes from farming or aquaculture, while the remaining half is wild caught. Seafood's the most efficient protein to produce, and with the right insights and production methods, we can continue to lower the footprint of seafood production. It's the fastest growing food supply industry in the world, and with the populated hunger for healthier protein sources, it's projected that we need to at least double, maybe even triple aquaculture production by 2050. This means we urgently need to move seafood production towards more sustainable methods. Each of our 4 panelists is using data to resolve production challenges in seafood. Let's get right to it. One of the big opportunities for data in aquaculture is around disease management. Tony Chen is a computer scientist that realized the lack of data in aquaculture and co-founded Manolin, which uses data to tackle sea lice, one of the biggest challenges in salmon aquaculture. Tony?
Great. I'm assuming we're waiting for some slides, or are we just jumping right into it?
Let me get them loaded up. So we actually finally got.
If not, I'm happy to kind of jump right into it.
Should we could switch over to somebody else about the slides already, or?
There we go. Alrighty, I can jump into it. Yeah, so my name is Tony Chen, and I'm the CEO of a company called Manolin, and our goal is to make aquaculture data easy, and specifically for farmers. Next slide, please. As Amy mentioned, I mean, there's a few different stats around aquaculture, but just to add on a couple more, I found it really interesting when we got into this space that when you think about seafood, it supplies roughly 15% of the world with their supply of protein. I found it was also really interesting that, you know, the FAO reports that 90% of fish stocks are either exploited, overexploited, or completely depleted. And then seafood is also the most traded commodity in the world, more than the combination of soy, wheat, and coffee combined. Next slide, please. And with those facts, next slide, please. Sorry. And this topic is really about big data. And for us, our primary customer is Norway. So we focus on Norwegian salmon producers simply because of the amount of data they produce. Norway is it is the top salmon producer in the world. It is the country's largest export, and it's really grown into a large business over these last 30 to 40 years. When you think about any salmon farm, they're basically huge sensor stations. There's cameras underneath the water, there's sensors and environmental measurements going on every single day, and the amount of data that's being generated is enormous. And for us, that was really the reason why we ended up in Norway. Next slide, please. Over the last 3 years, we've spent a lot of time with farmers across the country. We actually started our aquaculture journey with oysters here in the Chesapeake Bay in the US, but we really, and through that experience, we really discovered that, you know, the value of data, in order to really unlock it, you really need to understand the customers and the people who are using it. So for us, being a part of the ecosystem, really getting to know farmers in each one of these geographies has been especially important. And I must admit, it's been a great way for me to see the country. Next slide, please. And the solution that we have and how we really help is to provide a holistic platform that we give farmers in the form of an online dashboard. What we do is we integrate a ton of different data sources, both public and private, and we help them track, measure, and predict issues specifically on the farm's most important asset, which is their fish health. So our goal is to help farmers make better decisions to run a healthy and sustainable farm. Next slide, please. And what this really does and how farmers see a benefit in using our platform is that we really provide 3 use cases. We simplify the workflow that they go through every day. Instead of looking at many different sources to access data, we put it in one place. Instead of having to run their own custom analytics or get it outsourced to other companies, we provide it in that same exact platform. And then lastly, we provide them with precision forecasting to see health issues sooner. And one specific health issue that I'll talk about is sea lice. Next slide, please. Sorry. Sea lice, and what you see on the screen right now is the biggest health issue when it comes to farming salmon. Sea lice are parasites. They have extremely short life cycles, and they've become resistant to many of the techniques that farmers have used over the last 20 and 30 years. As a result, it causes roughly $1 billion in damage, specifically for Norway, and it is the top issue that farmers are trying to address. And as part of that, one of the big issues that farmers want to address is how do you mitigate and prevent sea lice? And a core piece of that is being able to see it coming sooner. Next slide, please. And the way that we help provide advanced risk forecasting, so we take a look at various infection vectors, whether this is public data coming from boat traffic, satellite imagery, water currents, or weather conditions. We combine that with a lot of what's going on at the farms, and we're able to see when lice is spreading and how it moves within the water. We're building advanced modeling forecasts and models to help predict where it's going to occur next. And it's not just for sea lice. We actually use this technique across a host of different diseases such as PD, ILA, and other health issues. But this is what we're using big data for and bringing that towards farmers. Next slide. And as far as our traction, as I've mentioned, we've been in Norway for roughly the last 3 years, and we work with some of the most sustainable companies in the country. And for us in America, these companies actually supply a lot of the salmon that we see in our local grocery chains, whether it's Whole Foods, Costco, or Sam's Club. The salmon that you can buy from a grocery store largely comes from countries like Norway and farms like the ones we are working with. And next slide. For us, our team is actually split between the US and Norway. We have half of our team in Bergen and half in Denver. And these are the fine folks behind me that I'm really lucky to have. And we're working to bring big data and data insights to make it easier for farmers. Thanks.
Thank you, Tony. It's wildly impressive to see your progress in the last few years. Tony mentioned this ecosystem, and it's worth saying that there really is this global crowd of different types of thinkers, but technologists and creatives all kind of working on this blue revolution. They see the potential in seafood, and trying to figure out how to make live up to that potential with the use of technology. So Amos Barkai, he's the one panelist working in better fisheries management through data. He's on a mission to improve data-driven solutions and provide analytical insights as the co-founder of OLSPS Marine. Dr. Amos.
Hi, good morning, good evening to everybody. My name is Amos Barkai. Next slide, please. I'm the CEO of an international company with offices. Next slide, please skip this slide. It's a mistake. I'm the CEO international with offices in Cape Town, South Africa, the UK, Portugal, and Australia. OLSPS specialize in the development of a variety of data technology with special attention to the marine ecosystem in general and fisheries management in particular. Next slide, please. So fisheries data are receiving a very poor attention by fishermen, and there is a culture of data protection, misreporting, poor standard of reporting, and very poor mechanism of reporting of data in fishing industry. This is despite the fact that the fishing industry is highly dynamic activity. Fishing is highly dynamic activity operating in highly dynamic marine ecosystem, And the resource himself, the biological resource, is highly dynamic with a complex life history and migration patterns. So there is a high energy, highly dynamic, highly complex resource and industry with very poor attention to data technology. Next slide, please. So the end result is that critical data that coming from fisheries operation, from fishing operation, are often illegible, are fragmented, are inaccurate, full of typos. And just like the old say, bad data leads to bad analysis, which leads to bad management advice. And that's something that we set ourselves to address with technology. Next slide, please. So we felt that there is an urgent need to modernize the whole data technology, the whole data transmission, collection and transmission process in the fishing industry. And we developed a number of solutions, which I will very briefly explain to you how we're doing it. So the next slide, please. So on the vessel, we developed a number of solutions that can fit on a laptop or a desktop. It's an elaborate software solution with a GIS component, touchscreen, very easy to enter information of any kind, which include video, images, text, number, anything you can think of, can be connected to any type of sensor that's sitting on the vessel, and it's allow manual and direct input of data throughout the fishing operation. The data can be transmitted then to a shore system that is on the right one, and the shore system can track the vessel in real time and can also can manage data from many fishing vessels at the same time, actually the entire fleet, national fleet, but also can provide what we call heat maps, or for example, where one should go fishing, or where, because there is a good hotspot, but also where one should not go fishing because its area is closed, it's protected, or because there is a lot of bycatch that should not be caught. So it's a combination of good quality data coming in real time from the vessel to data that analyzes the whole from the shore on a shore system. Next slide, please. We also developed 3 different mobile solutions. The first one on the left is similar to what we developed for a desktop. We developed a multi-iOS and Android e-log system for fishing operation that take place on a smaller vessel, can collect and report any type of data. In the middle one, we developed a product tracing utility that allows to track the product of fish, in this case sharks, product from the point that were caught to the end user, and it a very accurate way using combination of shore system, tracking shore system, but also RFID and QR tags for marking the product. We also developed a mobile system, which we are very excited about it, which allow basically anybody that going to the sea, we call it the marine observer, anybody, and I say anybody, no technical expertise, to report any type of observation that you saw while at sea, which include identification of species over a few hundred, 700 species, of anything, of birds and whales and seals and anything you can imagine, and other type of observation. So that's in terms of technology that we develop. Next slide, please. So basically, we develop what we call the one system for all, data from any kind, any type, for fishing or other marine observation, all sitting in one technical solution. And the last slide, please. And this is the team behind this operation. And this is just before Corona caught us. We all have a happy end of the year 219. And I want to wish you then for the next year, Happy New Year, and a better year for 2021. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I think we're all looking forward to 2021. But
yeah.
I know, Dr. Barkai, you've been working in this space for almost 30 years, but generally, this space historically has had very little technology and data. Fisheries and aquaculture both are kind of known to be opaque. And because of that, now kind of moving in, digitizing the space and having data insights, we're finding that kind of like more than any other industry before, you're able to improve yields, production, control, profitability, and just have a much greater impact than you can imagine. Ana Nobre is the product manager of Sparos and is tackling nutrition and developing customized products for different fish and shrimp species. Anna, over to you.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Amy, and good day to all participants and fellow panelists. So Sparos is a science and technology company that develops new products and nutritional solutions for the aquaculture market since 2008. And our mission is to bridge the gap between research in fish nutrition and the industry. Thank you for moving to next slide. So feeding management is a critical activity within an aquaculture operation, with feed costs being the largest percentage of the total production costs. However, very often feeding strategies are developed based on trial and error because it's difficult to isolate the nutritional effects. On the other hand, at the aquafeed sector, nutrition trials consume many resources, and extrapolation to a full production cycle has its challenges. Next slide, please. So at Sparos, we developed a prediction tool where users can test feeding strategies under specific farm conditions to increase their knowledge and support the decisions regarding best options within a few hours before field implementation. Next slide, please. Our solution is based on a simulation model that sets apart due to the high level of detail that we simulate the effects of feed composition on fish growth and farm performance. Next, please. And to calibrate our algorithm and create a generic model per species, we use a wide range of data from nutritional trials, but also data for longer production cycles. Next, please. And we encapsulate our algorithms and calibrations into a product, the Feednetics, which is accessible to be used by non-modeling experts. And currently, no, it's good to please move the slide. And currently, Feednetics is available for the bream, the bass, the trout, and next week will also be released the calibration for the Nile tilapia. And we can also carry out custom calibrations to other species or strains. Please move the slide to the next. Thank you. And to illustrate how Feednetics can bring value to farm managers, we picked up a few numbers from a typical use case comparing two feeds of different qualities. And for the simulated farm conditions of this particular use case, the premium feeds leads to a shorter production cycle. And despite its more expensive feed, it translates into significant savings due to better growth and better feed conversion, also resulting in less wastes. And with this type of application, you can quantify all these KPIs. Next slide, please. And our users can make themselves the simulations using Feednetics web app or hire our services for us to run the simulations for them. And for fish farmers, there's a third option, the operational service. Move to the next slide, please. And this operational service option comes in line with this digitalization stage of the sector and is the most straightforward from a user perspective. So through system integration, the technical teams do not need to import and export data or learn how to use other software. And a side effect of the system integration is that the increasing data availability brings a world of opportunities to include in the prediction engine. And so this last slide is to put the technology into perspective and remember that is made by the people to the people, and in this case to promote the sustainable growth of the sector for delivery of healthy protein and ensure food security. And next is, please. Okay, so thank you very much for listening. And if you are interested to learn more, visit our website or send me an email. We look forward for the discussion. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you so much, Anna. We're going to talk a little bit more later about for the people, by the people, when it comes to how you create technology like this that farmers are going to adopt and benefit from. But first, our final panelist, Bosa Mango, is the co-founder of Aquafort. They're developing a predictive data analytics platform for finfish aquaculture, which helps producers proactively manage and automate disease control, boost production ecosystem health, and automate fish behavior monitoring. Bo, over to you.
Thank you. The fastest growing food sector in the world is experiencing significant production challenges, which, if not solved, will threaten sustainable fish production and global fish supply chain. My name is Bo Simonga, the CEO of Aquafort, and I'm here to share with you all how Aquafort is transforming aquaculture through automation and predictive analytics. Next slide, please. If we look closely, we realize that the aquaculture industry is dependent on manual labor for fish behavior and disease inspection. But how did we get here? First, next please. Poor conditions and disease or parasite vectors combined, leading to health symptoms, next please, that negatively affect fish behavior and lead to disease treatment. But the detection process is dependent on manual inspection that is sample-based and highly inaccurate, leading to delayed and reactive treatment processes, which cause $6 billion in losses, plus a 30% cost of production spend annually. Our technology helps producers proactively manage and automate disease control, boost production ecosystem health, and automate fish behavior monitoring. This leads to faster, more accurate preventative measures, lowering losses by at least 50%. Next slide, please. Our software helps producers predict production ecosystem health, automate fish behavior monitoring, and automate disease diagnosis. This maximizes yield quality and quantity, lowers fish mortality rates, and increases revenue generation. Next slide, please. Our software non-invasively uses data from pre-installed camera surveillance and environmental sensors as inputs into our algorithms, which are our intellectual property. And our current iteration performs at a 67% prediction accuracy, identifying parasites on fish. Next slide, please. Aquaculture is the fastest growing food sector in the world, with a global market of $235 billion, but we are targeting the Canadian market, starting in Atlantic Canada, which is around 47% of Canada's market share, according to 2018 figures. Next slide, please. Using a cloud-based enterprise SaaS license model, we're priced for rapid adoption. Our pricing packages are based on product offering research and also tiered according to the level of predictive and automation features available to a specific client. Next slide, please. Aquafort is positioned to initially penetrate the market with direct sales to C-suite execs with frontline staff as additional users. And within 2 years, we will build partnerships with product and solution providers to acquire more customers. And finally, as we forecast to 2025, signing up distribution deals will be of prime importance to saturate the market with geographic density and strengthen network effects and this will enrich our production health database to build other product offerings. Next slide, please. Our co-founding team and management team is passionate about aquaculture and comes from engineering and computer science backgrounds, but together we have business experience and have co-founded two previous startups together, including a multi-award winning venture. Our experience includes development of emerging technologies with focus on AI, machine learning, and leading business transformation and value creation deals for a Fortune 500 company. Next slide, please. Our advisory team combines blue chip experts providing high-value counsel on strategy, marketing, R&D, and legal matters. David leads all our legal affairs and is a partner with Oslo and Toronto. Sia is an internationally recognized scientist with 35 years of experience leading research and integrated project delivery for the aquaculture industry. And finally, Chris and John Bond are based in New York and are one of the most recognized entrepreneurs in the global advertising and marketing industry, having exited on companies with cumulative deals north of $1 billion. Next slide, please. We are seeking capital investment, introduction to potential pilot customers, service providers in the aquaculture industry, and access to an industrial network with whom we can collaborate to develop our technology and business operations with. Next slide, please. The water, energy, and food security nexus lies at the heart of sustainable economic and environmental development. And we believe at Aquafort that with your support, we can achieve these goals. Thank you. Oh, that's it.
Well, and thank you to all the panelists. I'm in awe of the fact that you've kind of figured out these solutions. You're actually at a point where you're starting to show real results. So we're kind of waiting for audience questions, and if I could ask the host to type them into the chat box, because I don't see where the questions are coming up. But we'll start the conversation regardless. I'd love to kind of hear from all of you, and maybe we can go back in order of how you just presented, starting with Tony. What is it going to take to kind of get to the optimal seafood industry? It's a loaded question, I know, and you don't have to answer it all, but like, where can we get to and how?
Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of potential, and I think everybody sees the opportunities out there, particularly in the seafood world. For me, my answer comes from a little bit of experience. I spent a lot of time working with the U.S. government building tools at the FDA and the DOT. And I think the optimal seafood world, it's more complex and it's a lot of parties involved. But I think there's an adequate balance that needs to happen between industry, research, and policy. The oceans is a space that, it's not going to be a free market. We have to make sure we maintain environmental sustainability. So it's really a balance between those three parties. And I think it needs to be done in a much better way. We saw a lot of issues in my previous work of, obviously the topic here is big data, but how data can really drive those types of collaboration and how that information really spreads between different parties. And the faster you can move it, the more that information we can capture, the better we can get to the right answer. Because I think when you look at something like seafood and aquaculture specifically, there's always a positive and a negative. Anytime that we are producing food, there's going to be negative consequences. And the big goal is figuring out how we can balance it all. So I see that as the future for seafood. And when you look at the industry and how young it is, there's a ton of opportunity to make those connections work. And I see that across, basically all the panelists here. We represent a lot of these different categories that need to work together to make it work.
Great answer and really exciting. Amos?
Yeah, I'm older, I think, from everybody here, and I spent 30 years preaching to the fishing industry about the importance of fishing data and to modernize the whole data technology. And I know a lot of people now talking about artificial intelligence. Okay, there is a massive echo here. It's very difficult for me to talk. I don't know if people that not talking can mute. Okay, so yeah, that's better. So my view about what happened, and I think that just, let's say, a small tip to the other panelists and other people in this data technology. It's look like the artificial intelligence and look like predictive analytics and modeling work and all this fancy algorithm are the difficult part or are the complex part. But actually, they are not. You need to be skilled. You need to be access to the right tool, the right software. A lot of this is available on the net in different form and formats. And the development in this field is huge. But the really, really difficult part is to get meaningful data out of the user. This is really, really the challenge. And there is no culture of understanding, respecting, loving, appreciating data within the sector that we are operating in. They are far behind what we see in other commercial sector, where they know that every movement of every cent or every stock or every is important. Fishing data is highly complicated. I will dare to say that managing of natural resource is more complex than sending people to the space. I dare to say it's more complex. And we need the data in a way that can be utilized in our fancy model, and the outcome will be sensible and meaningful. So that's really my focus now, to ensure that we're getting good quality data. I leave to the mathematician to do the math, statistician to do the statistic, the data scientist to do the prediction. I'm just focusing developing technology that allows simple people, you fishermen, seagoers of any kind to collect good quality data and to bring it to us in a way that we can really derive value out of them. That's my
Thank you for that.
general comment.
Anna.
Thank you, Amy. So narrowing a bit the answer into the fish production sector, I would say that, first of all, the sector is already performing very well if we compare, for instance, the conversion ratios also with the land-based animal production. But I would highlight, this is can be a very overwhelming question. I would highlight a particular aspect in an ideal industry. I would say that when you buy, for instance, your fingerlings, you could plan ahead with much more certain than today, just like it happens today in the land-based animal production, that in the poultry, for instance, you know exactly when you start your production, you know exactly all the timings and how things are going to unfold. And that is something that is difficult to achieve, especially in the open production system. So I would say, and here narrowing a lot the answer, this would be an aspect of an ideal fish production system.
Okay, thanks. We're going to go into that in a second. Bo.
I think I echo pretty much all the comments that my fellow speakers have said. I think mapping out the entire value chain, dividing it into the upstream, whether it's a feed and fish care, if it's midstream, which are production farms, hatcheries and nurseries and distributors, and then downstream processes and storage facilities. I think there are a number of different challenges that exist. While some of them include reliance on paper-based processes, availability of local supplies and technicians, authenticity of data is something that was also brought up, transaction time limitations, and then basic costs. But really, when you really start to think about it in terms of transformation, I think there are quite some profound opportunities for traceability of seafood supply chains, facilitated by, for instance, blockchain. And I think there's some prominent projects that are happening around the world that could potentially solve the problem of, I believe it's IUUs, illegal, unreported and unregulated activities, including overfishing, human rights abuses, and fraud fishing in supply chains. But also blockchains, technology or inherent to technologies, transparency, traceability could effectively eliminate, I suppose, illegal and ethical seafood practices from the supply chain. From a production perspective, I think there are a few companies today that talked about addressing problems around fish health and welfare management, including ours at Aquafort. But I think it's something that's going to require a number of different institutional stakeholders, if it's academia, if it's industry, and then also if it's governments as well, because regulation is something that is incredibly important. And just last week, I spoke at a conference. It was a virtual event in Singapore, but it's quite exciting, some of the potential projects that are happening out there and them also being translated into the Western Hemisphere. So those are some of my observations so far.
And I think partially why this space is so exciting right now is because the leaders are starting to show up and these collaborations are starting to happen. And Anna's comment is worth echoing, that aquaculture is already showing kind of a lower footprint than other terrestrial animal protein production. And it's something we should celebrate. But when you look at the potential to really get that footprint down and to really understand the data around wild catch and doing it better, it really showcases that this could and should kind of be the protein solution to feeding the 9 billion plus that we're growing into. So going back to kind of Amos's love of data and desire to really conjure that up, what is the response from fishermen and farmers? Is there this kind of acceptance and connection to the fact that these insights are helping with productivity and profitability, or is that a journey on its own? Where are we? And maybe let's start with Bo first and go back in the other direction around kind of attitude toward tech adoption and a new way of rethinking how we produce seafood.
So I'm based in Newfoundland, which is a rather it has a rich history of fisheries and now also a burgeoning aquaculture industry, particularly here in Canada and as well as Atlantic Canada. So some of my observations have come from an industry in terms of fisheries that has been around for close to, I'd say, 250 years. And then also from the aquaculture industry, it's something that is now evolving over the last, I'd say, 40 years. But really, in terms of tech adoption, there's some critical factors that influence aquaculture technology adoption decisions from what we've seen so far. Three prominent ones are probably economic factors, method of information transfer, as well as characteristics of the technology. And then also, to a certain degree, you can also bring up farm characteristics. So when we've spoken to the fish farmers who we are specifically serving, we found that they have tended to adopt technologies that are perceived to be more advantageous than others in terms of productivity, cost efficiency, and ease of management. And that's kind of blasé, but to a certain degree, you can also bring in factors such as price of aquaculture products and profit expectations from business ventures where economic factors influence adoption decisions. So given the wide array of species, I believe Amos brought up a number of different species from where he is based, and as well as Tony, you take into account the wide array of species, you take into account production practices and the global nature of aquaculture, the intensity and the extent of adoption of technologies, and it really depends on the nature of the industry in which they adopted and their economic, social, and regulatory environments. So here and within Canada, I think there's a profound opportunity. What I've seen so far is that the government has rolled out programs to advance the regulatory environment, but also bring in different stakeholders. So if you're a telecommunications company, you're working with other production companies and also with the data analytics side of things. So those are some of the observations that I've made so far.
Okay, thanks for that. We only have a few minutes left. So Tony, Anna, if you could each answer that really quickly, and then we'll end with Amos with his answer. And Amos, there's a question for you around how commercial fisheries are incentivized to use OLSPS data management. So it's a great kind of rounding out around this. But Anna, Tony, first give your kind of taste on tech adoption.
So very, very briefly, I would say that tech adoption is the answer will also depend on which particular sector of the aquaculture we are looking for. So, for instance, the salmon is a more industrialized sector within the aquaculture, and I think Tony will speak for that. I would say that the tech adoption in the salmon is very, very advanced. Then speaking specifically on nutrient modeling, which is our area, I would say that if you look into the terrestrial animal production industry, it has gradually introduced mathematical models to support nutritional and dietary decisions to reduce costs by maintaining growth and animal welfare at optimal levels. In contrast, the use of this type of models in the aquaculture industry is still very incipient, I would say, Amy. And again, going back to the aquaculture different sectors, I would say that in the more industrialized sectors, you see already the use of modeling to help you take the decisions. In the less industrialized sectors, a lot of things are happening on a daily basis and based on trial and error. Sorry for not being that brief.
So Tony, salmon farmers, are they resistant to kind of new practices and data, or are they on board?
I think they're generally on board. They're always out to try new information and to have more data sources. I think when you're talking about data and tech adoption, every single industry goes through similar patterns. We start to collect a lot of data. We have these big pools and big data lakes, and then you start to derive value out of it. I think seafood's an interesting space where there's problems across the board. You have more data sources. We never know enough about what's going on in the ocean. And there's also a big gap in, turning this data into insights and how you utilize it and take it and turn it into value. So when it comes to adoption, particularly in the salmon space, you see problems and opportunities across it. That's not to say that everyone's willing to jump on the newest tech solution, Farmers, they have long cycles to keep in mind. So trying new things, there's always a cost benefit to it, but they're definitely not adverse to it. We've been, very excited with the partners that we have on their excitement with data and tech.
Thank you. And we're gonna let Amos wrap it up with his answer, but thank you all for participating. And Amos, take us home with letting us know about commercial fisheries and their connection to fisheries management.
Commercial fishing is not like aquaculture. There is a culture of secrecy in commercial fishing because good fishing spot considered as a national security data. And also there are a lot of practices in the fishing industry which are not conforming with regulation. Fishermen see regulation as something that actually can adversely affect their profitability. What we're doing, and we're putting huge amount of effort, is to allow them to derive value out of the data they're collecting. Once they can see that they can make money, as simple as that, money talk. If they can make money out of the data they collect, they will play along. If not, they will do everything possible not to play along, as simple as that. The rest is just talk. So it's a lot of education. And so from our point of view, huge investment in bringing value, actually deriving value out of their own data. They are the owner of the data. They're reporting it to the authority, but they are the owners of the data, and we're teaching them how to derive massive value out of their own data.
All right, thank you.
Okay. I think we ran out of time because I could talk for hours.
I know, but we're still on, I think, right? I don't know.
Yes, because I think it's because the last session, Amy.
Say it again, Anna. Okay, we are done.
Basically,
so
we need to go.
Thank you all so
Thanks,
much
everybody.
for this. Yeah, really great to talk and connect, and great to show the hope kind of in even further improving this space together. So
thanks,
all the
Amy.
best and thanks.